Good morning, everyone. I'm Judge Jackie Powell, and we're here in first appearance court this morning. Today, I'm going to be telling you whether or not a probable cause exists to detain you, and then we'll talk about release conditions. Today's not your trial date, so you don't want to talk about your case. In fact, everything in this courtroom is being recorded, and so you may want to make sure that you check with your attorney before you say anything on the record. For those of you who are represented by the attorneys from the Public Defender's Office, we do have Attorney Brian Reed in the courtroom, and there is an attorney from the Public Defender's Office also over at the main jail. In the courtroom, I also have the State Attorney's Office, Attorney Eric Linder, and I have confinement status and pretrial services and the clerk in the courtroom to help facilitate the paperwork. When I call your name, I'm going to ask you to come up. I've already read the probable cause affidavits, and unless I hear otherwise, I'll let you know what my findings are. So when I call your name, please come up. There are a few persons who've signed in the courtroom, so I will address those first. So we can go to page 18, and that's Robert Ormiston. Mr. Rotterman, good morning.
Nice to see you, Judge.
Same here.
Very difficult case, but nevertheless, I'm here to ask the court to consider the fact that my client has a lifelong problem with paranoid schizophrenia and mental health issues. Obviously, the facts in the case reflect that, but nevertheless, it's the first appearance. So I would ask the court to transfer the case so we can go about an Arthur hearing and hopefully get him released with multiple conditions that will fit the issues here.
Okay.
So,
Steve?
Morning, Your Honor. Will Resnick on behalf of the state. Your Honor, relying on the affidavit, the state would be seeking a no bond hold based on proof evident presumption great. The defendant did call 911 after the incident, admit to the killing, and he also post Miranda admitted again to the authorities.
Right.
Judge, there's some legal issues there, obviously, that we'll take up with the next
Sure.
court.
Sure.
But I'd ask the court if it's at all possible, if you have the authority to maybe have him evaluated while he's in jail and before he has his next hearing.
I don't know that, I think you would have to
File a motion.
file a motion to get
Okay,
that done.
I'll do that, Your Honor. Thank you.
So, let me just say it on the record that I do find probable
Yes, ma'am.
cause. And I further am going to make a preliminary finding of proof evident presumption grade. And as indicated, you will have your time to file an Arthur hearing.
Who it's assigned to, Your Honor?
I
Okay,
don't
great.
know. Right, thank you.
Thank you,
Mr.
Judge.
Rothermere. Good luck, Mr. Ormiston. Your attorney will be in touch with you, sir. Okay? Next on the sign-in sheet, we have on page, not sure what number that is, Joseph Brown. Page what? No. that's not-
I was never such a good writer, Your Honor.
Mr. Rydell, good morning.
Nice to see you, Judge.
Same here, but what page is your client
I
on?
think I wrote 24.
Is that 20, is that a 4?
Does that look like a 24?
No, but it's 24.
It's page 24.
Thank you.
I guess I missed my calling in the medical profession.
Right, all right.
Judge Joshua Rydell on behalf of Mr. Brown. At this point, I'm standing silent on probable cause, and I have a bond agreement with the state attorney.
You have an agreement,
We do, if the court can
Okay.
ratify that, and regarding count 1 and 2, $10,000 on each,
okay?
with the bond as $1,000 on count 3, as previously set, with 2 conditions that we'd agree to, with no contact with the listed victim, and no possessions of firearms while out on bond.
Okay, Mr. Brown, do you understand everything that has been said? All right, sir, so, I do find probable cause and on the count 1 on the ag assault with a deadly weapon without intent to kill, the bond is $10,000. And count 2 with the missile throwing, 10,000. Carrying concealed firearm, 1,000. No contact with the victim and no firearms. Okay? Good luck, sir.
Judge, thank you so much.
Good to see you, Mr. Rydell.
Very nice
Thank
to
you.
see you, Your Honor.
All right, there is not an attorney on this one, so. Kinninger and Austin, those are municipal ordinance, I'm gonna go past those. And then we'll go to Hector LeBron.
Is your President Judge at Maine?
All right, Mr. LeBron, you're before the court today for, it's an ad charge, it's an out-of-state felony hold. And so you should be going before the extradition court Tuesday or Thursday of next week. Good luck, sir. Next, we have Keontae Anderson.
Ms. Anderson is here at Maine, Judge. She's approaching. Come on up, ma'am.
Ms. Anderson, you're before the court this morning. It's a misdemeanor capias. On a prostitution charge, you did not show for your arraignment on October of last year. What does Ms. Anderson wish to do?
Judge, in speaking Ms. Anderson, she wishes to resolve this matter today.
Okay. All right, State, do you have an offer?
Yes, Your Honor, it'd be a withhold court costs and HIV test.
Okay.
Judge, she wishes to accept the state's offer.
Okay, Ms. Anderson, please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth?
Yes.
You can put your hand down, ma'am. Do you understand what's going on here today, Ms. Anderson?
Yes, ma'am.
And do you need more time to speak with your attorney?
No, ma'am.
Is anyone forcing you to resolve your case?
No.
Do you understand you have the right to go to trial, but by taking a plea today, you're giving up that right?
Yes, I understand.
And are you under the influence of drugs or alcohol?
No, ma'am.
And do you understand that if you're not a U.S. citizen, by taking a plea, it could subject you to immigration changes?
Yes, ma'am.
What plea do you wish to enter, Ms. Anderson?
Do you say?
What plea do you wish to enter?
No contest.
All right, I accept your no contest plea. Find that it's freely and voluntarily given. Your sentence, ma'am, is a withhold adjudication and court costs. You must take an HIV test. You don't have to give the results. You just have to show the receipt that you took the test. Good luck, ma'am. Then we, Leslie Vargas, it's a municipal ordinance matter. I'll recall.
Actually, there is
it?
a misdemeanor on there, Judge. She's
is?
in North Broward.
Okay,
Ms. Vargas also advised me, and I confirmed.
Morning, Your
that
Honor.
She does have another outstanding municipal ordinance that is not on this morning's docket, and she'd like to resolve the misdemeanor as to the municipal ordinances. That's up to, I would like you to put it on recall, maybe when, is Mr. Shade coming this morning? or-
I don't know.
All right.
I don't know. But I can put it on recall
All
and
right.
we'll see if he comes in. So we'll recall your case, Ms. Vargas.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay.
Recall.
Shelley Hofstede,
North Broward.
yes, good morning.
Good morning.
Ma'am, you're, this is also municipal ordinance matters. Pembroke Pines. All right. Ms. Hofstad, we're going to recall your case, okay, in a moment. Has nothing to do with you. The attorney that from the city's not here yet, so we'll recall that case when he gets here, okay?
Okay, thanks.
Okay, thank you. Amanda Evans.
North
Not
Broward.
Broward.
Good morning, Miss Evans.
Good morning.
You're before the court today for, it's a misdemeanor KPS on a battery charge. And, you did not show up for trial on January 8th. And it is a battery charge, so, I'm gonna leave it with a no bond hold, and you should be before your division judge on March 4th.
Judge, I'd consider asking for a bond to be set for Miss Evans. She has been a resident of Florida all of her life. She's lived in the same residence all of her life with her family. Part of her family includes her 11 children. I don't believe she has an extensive criminal record. She does have a disability that makes it difficult for her, one, to keep track of things, and two, to save any money. She gets assistance for that. I'd ask the court to consider releasing her if her record is not too bad. Based on my conversation with her and looking at the history of the case, it appears as though she did make court appearances. The case has been pending for a while. She got the dates confused, and that's why she missed court. And I also understand that the victim in the case is her next-door neighbor, so I would ask that she not have any contact, if the court's inclined to release her, that she not have any contact with her neighbor.
This is Judge Gottlieb's case. It's his trial. He actually reset the trial. So, I guess the defense asked for it to be reset. She was given court notice in open court and then didn't show up. It's really, if he's determined he requires a no bond hold to make sure she appears before him so he can decide how to proceed. I think that's really his call.
Yeah, I'm going to agree. It's not, it's for trial, so, and he issued the no bond hold. She'll be in court on Monday before Judge Gottlieb. Good luck, ma'am.
Okay.
Phanesia Germain.
Judge, I've been informed Ms. Germain bonded.
Okay, thank you.
I wrote bond.
Allison Gold. Thank you.
North Broward, I believe.
I'm going to be asking for pretrial release on this case, Judge.
Is Ms. Gold there?
Yes, one second.
Okay.
One moment. Right there at the top, right there, in front of the man.
All right, good morning, Ms. Gold.
Who's Peters? We want Miss Cole. I'm Miss Cole.
Allison Gold, good morning.
Good morning.
Ma'am, you're before the court for one count of burglary, unoccupied dwelling unarmed. Count 2 is petty theft. Count 3 is false ownership or information for pawn items. Count 4 is dealing in stolen property. Count 5 is a misdemeanor capias. And the court does find probable cause. And, Mr. Reedy, or,
Judge, yes, Judge. She's been living in Florida for 11 months. She lives with her boyfriend. From what she tells me, she does not have an extensive criminal history. She has a job at a place called Hollywood Stone doing pressure washing. She has 2 sons, ages 27 and 18. She does have some physical health issues, some back problems. I would ask the court to consider, she's not gonna be able to make a monetary bond, Judge, so, I'd be asking the court to consider a pretrial release.
Your Honor, the state would seek, on count one, would seek a bond of $15,000. She did enter an apartment and take this ladder and then go pawn it. I'd also note to Your Honor that she has 2017 priors out of Jacksonville for false ownership of pawned items and dealing in stolen property.
I'm gonna hear you. What page?
Right, as to, I do find probable cause, we do have a misdemeanor capias, where Ms. Gold failed to appear in court in January. So I am, going to impose bonds. As to the burglary on count one, I am going to impose $3,000.
Thank you.
And then on count two, $25. Count three, it'll be $1,000. Count four is $3,500, and count eight, $25. Good luck, ma'am.
Thank you.
Mary Ruggiero.
She's here present, Judge, at Maine.
All right. Good morning, ma'am. You're before the court for one count of battery, second or subsequent offense. The court does find probable cause. What does Ms. Ruggiero wish to do?
Judge, in speaking Ms. Ruggiero, she is looking forward to having her day in court, and she's disputing a lot of what allegedly is being, proposed on the PC affidavit. Having said that, Judge, she's been evicted, so at this time she is homeless. She's financially indigent. She's 59 years old. She's in the process of applying for disability. Now, she does have, from what she advised me, priors, but it's quite dated from what she informed me. She will be coming to court because she's looking forward to contesting these allegations. Judge, we're going to be asking for the court to consider releasing her on standard pretrial release.
No, Your Honor.
Okay, I do find probable cause, and I will release Ms. Ruggiero on standard pretrial.
Your Honor, the state would ask for no contact.
No contact with the victim in this case. All right, I believe, Mr. McLawrence? All right, I don't know what page these are on. Vaughn Kinninger?
Judge, Mr. Kinninger is on page 12 of the docket. He's in the main jail.
He's approaching, Judge.
Thank you.
Morning, Judge.
Good morning, sir. You're before the court for a municipal ordinance matter. And the court does find probable cause. What does he wish to do?
Judge, Mr. Kinninger would like to resolve this case.
All right, if Mr. Kinninger wish to resolve his case, will be adjudication and time served.
Thank you. No contest.
All right, I'm gonna ask you to raise your hand, though. And so we do go through this formally, okay? Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth?
Yes, Your Honor.
You can put your hand down, sir. And do you understand what's going on here today?
Yes, Your Honor.
And is anyone forcing you to resolve your case?
Not at all, Your Honor.
Do you need more time to speak with your attorney?
No, Your Honor.
Are you under the influence of drugs or alcohol?
Not at all, Your Honor.
And do you understand that if you're not a U.S. citizen, that by taking a plea, it could subject you to immigration changes?
I understand that.
All right, what plea do you wish to enter?
No contest, Your Honor.
All right, I accept your no contest plea. I find that it's freely and voluntarily given. Your sentence, sir, is adjudication and time served. I'll give you 6 months to pay your court costs.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, good luck, sir.
Thank you, Your Honor.
You're welcome. Samuel Austin,
He's on page 25 of the docket. He's also in the main jail.
Mr. Austin,
Mr. Germain? Count one is a state offense, Judge.
he also has a third-degree felony attached.
He has a 2017 case, 2017 municipal ordinance, Judge. We've spoken, I've been representing Mr. Austin since he first came into court on the 2017 case. He would like to resolve that matter.
Okay. All right, so I do find probable cause, and we will resolve the municipal ordinance matter. Let's talk about the bond on count one.
Judge, and speaking for Austin, he's not gonna be able to afford to post a monetary bond on count one. He lives in Lauderhill with his father. From what he informed me, his father's not gonna be able to afford to post his monetary bond. Now, he's 47 years old, been living in our community for almost 17 years now. Judge, we're gonna be asking the court to consider releasing Mr. Austin, ROR on this nonviolent offense, or in the alternative, to release him to pretrial release, Judge.
Your Honor, the state would be objecting. One moment. Your Honor, the defendant currently has 3 open felony cases. First is a failure to register as a sexual offender. The second, failure to register as a sexual offender. I'm sorry. The second was possession of cocaine and then leaving the scene of an accident with injury.
All right, Mr. Austin, let's resolve the count two. The offer will be a withhold adjudication and court costs. Are you ready to do that?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, so raise your right hand, please. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, you can put your hand down, and do you understand what's going on here today, Mr. Austin?
Yes, ma'am.
Is anyone forcing you to resolve your case?
No, ma'am.
Do you need more time to speak with your attorney?
No, ma'am.
Are you under the influence of drugs or alcohol?
No, ma'am.
Do you understand that if you're not a U.S. citizen, that by taking a plea, it could subject you to immigration changes?
Judge, could we just hold on a second? When I spoke to Mr. Austin this morning, one of the reasons why we discussed him accepting this plea was because he was under the impression that his felonies had been lessened to misdemeanors. But if in fact he's still facing the felony charges on the failure to register, then if he pleads to this case, it could result in him being civilly committed.
Right.
So I was going forward under the impression that his, as he told me, his felonies had been downgraded to misdemeanors. But if they haven't and they're still felonies, then I wouldn't be comfortable with him going forward with a plea on the
All right.
2017 matter.
So I do find probable cause, and I'm gonna impose the standard bonds, $1,000, and then on the municipal ordinance matter, there was $1,000 bond on there, but he's also set to be before the misdemeanor judge on March 4th. So I'm gonna leave those in place at this time.
Okay, thank you,
All right,
Judge.
good luck, sir. All right, I need a docket, because we've got a lot of things going out of turn and out of place. Yes, thank you. All right, Mr. Shade.
Morning, Judge.
All right. I have Leslie Vargas on page 2.
North Broward, Judge. Leslie Vargas, North Broward.
She's there. She was there before. All right, Ms. Vargas, Mr. Shades is here, so you're before the court for 4 misdemeanor habeas matter. 3 of them are municipal ordinance and 1 is a state charge. Mr. Shade, what does,
Judge, I was just informed by Mr. Rudy that she also has another outstanding MO case coming out of Hollywood for
okay,
a similar incident.
yeah,
She'd like to resolve as well, so we have the case number on that.
There are actually 3 that are outstanding. They are not showing up?
there are 3 that are, that I have, 3 municipal ordinance matters and then 1 misdemeanor
Right.
state charge.
And I've been told that there's one other MO, so you would have a total of 4 municipal ordinance violations. Is that correct?
I'm saying there are 3 more that have not shown up as warrants yet. You're saying you see 1 more? There should be 2 more in addition to that. Tickets that I just received 2 weeks ago.
Well, they probably not even get the system as of yet. Judge.
Right, so I'm not going to try to resolve those.
You're just gonna have to show up in court, ma'am.
The clerk doesn't have
Okay.
the paperwork, so,
So Judge, for these 3, it'd be a time served offer from the city of Hollywood.
okay,
And then for this case number 4, that'd be from Mr. Linder.
okay.
Okay.
All right, state on count 4 of Ms. Vargas, is there an offer?
Yes, Your Honor, it'd be a withhold court cost and a no return to 1318 North Ocean Drive.
Okay. All right, Ms. Vargas, you have 3 municipal ordinance matters before the court today, and 1 a state charge, and on the municipal ordinance, the offer is adjudication and time served. And then on the state charge, it's a withhold adjudication, court costs, and no return to the location on the trespassing matter. So do you wish to resolve those cases today
Yes, Your Honor.
with those plea offers?
Yes.
All right, please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth?
Yes.
Okay, you can put your hand down. Ms. Vargas, do you understand everything that's going on here today?
Yes.
And do you need more time to speak with your attorney?
No.
Is anyone forcing you to resolve your case?
No.
Are you under the influence of drugs or alcohol?
No.
Do you understand that you have the right to go to trial, that by taking a plea, you are giving up that right?
Yes.
And do you understand that if you're not a U.S. citizen, that by taking a plea, it could subject you to immigration changes?
Yes.
What plea do you wish to enter as to all 4 counts, Ms. Vargas?
No contest.
All right, I accept your no contest plea. Find that it's freely and voluntarily given. Counts 1, 2, 3, your sentence will be adjudication and time served. Count 4, it's a withhold adjudication and court costs and no return. And I will give you 6 months to pay the court costs. Good luck.
Thank you.
And then on page 2, we have Hofstedt.
Yes, ma'am.
North Brown.
Yes.
Hello, Your Honor.
Hi again. Mr. Shade is here, so now we will proceed with your case.
So this is your only 2018 case, it looks like, and they've offered a time served fee on this as well.
All right. So, Ms. Hofstedt, if you wish to resolve your case, the sentence will be adjudication and time served.
Correct, I'd love that.
All right.
Yes.
Please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth?
Yes,
You can put your hand down. Do you understand everything that's going on here today?
yes, Your Honor.
Is anyone forcing you to resolve your case?
No,
Are you under the influence of drugs or alcohol?
no,
And you understand that you have the right to go to trial, that by taking a plea today, you're giving up that right.
correct.
And you understand that if you're not a U.S. citizen, that by taking a plea, it could subject you to immigration changes.
I'm a citizen, so I
Okay.
understand.
Okay, what plea do you wish to enter?
No contest.
All right, I accept your no contest plea. I find that it's freely and voluntarily given. Your sentence will be adjudication and time served, and I'll give you
Thank
six,
you.
6 months to pay your court costs. Good luck, ma'am.
Thank you.
All right. And then on page 10, we have James Pownall.
10, 11, and part of 12, Judge. We're trying to
Yes,
help you out with the docket.
it's quite a lot. 10, 11, 12. Is he at main jail?
He's our main judge. Judge, he has 29 different cases that appears. We're close to that. Due to the number of cases, the city of Hollywood would like to have that set in its division.
Yes, all right, so I do have 28 misdemeanor cases. So we will find probable cause, and then do we know, well, are you gonna get them all in before one judge, or are
Judge,
they all
we get,
before one
they would
judge?
all appear before one judge.
Okay. All right, sir, you'll be before your presiding judge on all these cases. You'll hear more from your attorney, okay?
See you next week, James.
I'm no attorney.
Yep, that's me in
Standing
front
right
of you.
there.
Right here. The good-looking guy.
If he says so himself.
All right, James, so I'll see you next week, okay?
All right.
All right, take care. Bye, Judge.
Your Honor,
All
our
right,
Creole
good to see
interpreter
you.
is here.
All right, Mr. Reedy, on page 8, there is, Jessica Fossey, someone signed in. Have you had an opportunity to speak to Ms.
Sorry, Judge,
Fossey?
I can barely hear you over the noise from the jail.
All right, on page 8.
Yes.
Jessica Fossey, have you
Yes.
had an opportunity to speak with them?
I have not had a chance to speak with her yet. She's in Palmer.
All right, so I'll call that when you're
I
ready.
see her mom,
Yes, so, yes.
and our Creole interpreter is present, Judge.
For what case?
For Kimberly Merville on page 6, Judge.
And her parents are here also, Judge.
Come on up, Mrs. Merville.
Okay.
Yeah, it's on page 6.
Okay, good, where's the interpreter? Ma'am, I need you in front of the microphone. And if you'll raise your right hand, do you swear or affirm to, just the interpreter at this time, do you swear or affirm to to translate from Creole to English and English to Creole to the best of your ability?
I do. Vivian Senage.
Okay, good morning, Ms. Senage.
Good morning, Your Honor.
All right. Kimberly Merville,
Kimberly Melfi.
okay.
Ma'am, the interpreter, if you could stand closer
You have
to
to, yeah.
in
you have
front of the
to be in
microphone.
Yeah. Okay, Ms. Merville,
Miss Melville,
you're before the court today
ou devant tribunal lan jodi an,
for one count of aggravated child abuse,
pou an akusasyon ke ou t'abuse ti moun,
and count 2 is neglect child
e akusasyon 2 ko neglije ti moun.
without great bodily harm.
San gwo, san frape grav.
The court, I do find probable cause,
M jwen kos probab,
and does the parties wish to be heard as to bond?
eske nou souwete pou koute nou pou kosyon?
Judge, the only thing I can inform the court is in my limited conversation with Ms. Merville,
Sen sam ka di tribunal lan juj, pase m te fonti pale tout piti ansan ave Miss Melville,
she does not work and she's solely going to be depending on her father to post her monetary
Li
bonds.
pap
And I do not
travay.
know her father's finances.
se sel papa la depan sou li pou ka ede l peye kosyon. Im pa konen finans papa.
All right, we have 2 persons in the courtroom. Can you introduce yourself, please?
M gen 2 moun nan tribunal la, eske nou ka introdwi tet nou?
Non, moi c'est Lionel Monima, on est
My name is Yonel. I'm the father.
Nom c'est Shirley Merville.
My name is Shelley Merville, and I'm the mom.
Okay, well, today we have to make a determination as to how much bond to set.
Jeudi après, nous faisons une détermination sur combien de caution pour nous mettre. We don't really have, can afford anything. The only thing we can ask if she can get house arrest.
Where is the minor child going to stay with them?
Et si moun yo t'avè nou y aprete, y ap habite? Si moun yo kote y aprete. The children will be with me, the mother,
With, who is me, the mother?
the grandmother.
Okay, and, do they all live in the same place with, Kimberly?
Yo rete ensemble avec Kimberly? No, no.
Okay. Where, is the child with them now?
Et si moun yo se,
She's with you
with the
now?
grandmother.
Okay. All right, state?
Your Honor, on count one, which is a first-degree felony, the state would be seeking a bond of $25,000.
Pour compte un qui yon crime grave, l'État a demandé pour une caution $25,000.
And on count two, a bond of $5,000.
Et pour accusation 2, $5,000.
No victim contact until further order
Pas
of the
gen
assigned
kontak
judge.
ensemble avec victime yo jusqu'à ce que juge di yon pason l'ordre.
And Your Honor, that's based on the aggravated facts of this case.
Et ça basé sous fait qui grave nan ka.
And the strength of the evidence against her.
Et avec évidence que yo montré contre lui-même.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
D'accord. Can she get evaluated for her mental state?
Well, that was going to be that was also a concern of mine as to whether or not there is,
C'est yon nan souci
mental health issues at this
si
time.
que li gen un problème mental pour le moment.
And, these are felony charges,
Parce que crime sa yo c'est crime grave yo ye.
so, a motion would have to be made.
Alors,
Someone would have to pay for the
son demande
mental
pour yo fait
health evaluation.
pour capable bali évaluation
So
mentale la.
that's not going to happen here, because today is
Alors, ça pa ka fait nan tribunal sa.
all right? But I do have those concerns when I
Mais
read this as
souci
to the
sa,
mental health
li
issue.
gen el, parce que semble que c'est problème mental ki gen.
And so at this time, I do find probable
Alors,
cause.
pour le moment, je ne fais problème.
I am going to impose a bond
M'a mette yon
on each
caution
count with pretrial release conditions.
avec condition la gen avant jugement.
And then you'll be able to speak with her attorney
Elle
so
est en
that you
parler
guys can
avec
talk about
avocat.
how to get that mental
Pour
health evaluation
Pour
done.
konen ki jen ap ka fe evaluasyon et problème mental pou li.
So as to counts 1 and 2,
Alors, pour compte 1 avec 2,
I am going to impose a bond of $5,000 on each count,
m'a mette yon caution 5,000 nan chak.
and that will also be with a level 2 GPS.
Se pou yo mette yon moniteur niveau 2 sou li.
All right? No contact
Pa gen
with
kontak ansam avek
the alleged victims in this
ti
case.
moun, swa dizan a victime yo.
Okay. And I know that the parents have indicated that the children live with them.
Konen ke paran yo e fe konen ke ti moun yo save yo rete.
But until further order of the court,
Jusqu'à ce que le juge passe l'autre l'ordre,
Miss Kimberly Merville
Miss Kimberly Merville,
must not have any contact
pa
with
dwe
you.
gen aucun kontak ansam avek ti moun li yo.
Do you understand
Vous
that?
comprenez?
Yes. Mou kompren,
I understand.
men paske Kimberly te kita kite kay lan polis, te kita fel kite kay la lontan.
Kimberly had already left the house. The police had already had her leave the house a long time ago.
Okay,
And she only have one kid.
Okay,
One kid.
that's okay,
Pas de
so.
problème, pas de
It's,
problème.
it's just that until any,
Simplement,
it's not gonna be me, there will be a presiding judge.
C'est pas moi,
Until
non,
that
c'est l'autre
judge
juge.
says otherwise,
tout
she's
temps,
not to have any
le juge n'a
contact
pas
with the child.
dit, au contraire, il pas dû avoir contact ensemble avec petit lui. OK.
All right, good luck.
Bonne chance.
Merci. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Yes. Is there a case number?
There's no case number yet.
Yes.
This is the arrest number, 57, okay.
Okay. Thank you.
I don't know, can we order the valuation from here? Well, let's do it then. I just didn't know that I could order because it's a felony.
What will happen is, when she's released to pretrial supervision,
They'll send her to, okay, so then we'll do it.
Usually you just, correct me if I'm wrong, Patrice, it's a condition of a pretrial, a psychosocial.
Okay, all right. Okay,
I'm adding it in.
thank you. All right, Mr. Reedy? Mr. Reedy, I just wanted to.
Sorry, Judge.
No, they can, don't, so that we can tell them that, as a condition of her pretrial, well, I'm ordering a psychosocial evaluation.
Okay.
So then pretrial will send her for at least a preliminary evaluation.
And our office also is going to be keeping an eye on Miss Merville, and we're going to bring special attention to her case.
Thank you. All right, thank you. All right, so let's go back to page 6. Melanie Nieves.
She's approaching, Judge?
All right, Miss Nieves, you're before the court for one count of criminal mischief, and the court does find probable cause. Does the parties wish to be heard?
All right, good luck, folks.
Thank you.
Yes, Judge. Unfortunately, in speaking with Nieves, she's homeless. She is financially indigent. She has no one to post her monetary bond. So we're going to be asking the court to consider releasing her on pretrial release.
Your Honor, the state would actually be seeking a bond increase, and that's based on the level of damage in this case, the strength of the evidence, a lack of ties to the community. It appears she resides in New York. There's concern about mental health issues, and there's a possible pending assault, 2018 assault out of Colorado. Looks like. To $2,500, Your Honor, and no return to that location.
All right, where does Miss Nieves, where does she stay? Does she have anywhere to stay?
She's homeless, Judge.
All right, the allegations here are concerning, and I do also have mental health concerns. So at this time, I'm gonna leave the bond in place at $500. Yeah, well, he would turn it on if he wanted me to hear. So the bond is $500. Amy Peters? Page 6.
North
This is North
Broward.
Broward, Judge.
North Broward.
I don't think anybody's objecting to an ROR.
No, Mr. Reading, I already spoke.
Everything you wanted to know about this case and more.
One sentence.
I'm not requesting any time.
All right, Ms. Peters, you're before the court for one count of possession of heroin, and I am gonna ROR you on this charge.
Thank you. That's it?
That's it.
Thank you.
You're welcome. And then next I have Tamika Pfeiffer.
I've been advised bonded.
Thank you. Then we have Claudia Lusuriaga.
North Broward.
North Broward.
Thank you. Good morning, ma'am. You're before the court for one count of driving while license suspended, and count 2 is an expired tag, which is not for magistrate. I do find probable cause. Does the parties wish to be heard as to bond?
Yes, Your Honor. I would ask the court to consider releasing Mr. Luzugriaga on her own recognizance. She's been a resident of Florida for 30 years. She actually started a job yesterday and was pulled over on her way home from her first day on the job. She has had some contact with the criminal justice system in the past. She has a stable residence to live. She just moved into a new place actually just 5 weeks ago. But she has been living here in South Florida for the last 30 years. So based on all of that, I would ask the court to consider an ROR.
Okay.
Your Honor, the state would ask that the bond remain in place. She was placed on probation in front of Judge Evans on January 25th for 2 counts of contributing to the delinquency of a minor. And that was a year of probation she was given.
If the court's not inclined to release her outright, I'd ask the court for pretrial release.
Did he say that she's on probation? All right. Well, she's already under supervision. I'll ROR her on
Thank you, Judge.
count 1. Good luck, ma'am.
All right, good luck, Claudia.
Thank you, sir.
Lauren Phillips.
She is a medical reset, Judge.
Okay.
And I still need some time on Ms. Fossey.
Okay. Leonard Urbaniak.
North
Benitez
Broward.
in North Broward, Judge. He'd like to resolve this matter.
All right.
North Broward.
Thank you.
Hurry up. Just stand right over there. No. Go, stand.
All right, good morning, sir.
Morning.
You're before the court for a misdemeanor capious matter it's a trespassing matter.
I just,
And your attorney tells me that you want to resolve the case today.
yeah.
Is that correct?
Oh, yes, Honorable Judge.
Okay, so it's on a trespassing charge. State, do you have an offer for Mr. Herb?
Yes, Your
Benny?
Honor, it's a withhold court costs and an overturn to the Mardi Gras Casino in Hallandale Beach.
All right. Sir, how do you say your last name?
Urbanic.
O'Branick. All right. So, if you wish to resolve your case, Mr. Urbanik, the sentence is going to be a withhold adjudication and court costs, and you cannot return to that Mardi Gras place.
Okay,
All right? Is that what you
Yeah.
wish to do?
yeah,
Okay, please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth?
yeah.
Okay, put your hand down. Do you understand what's going on here today?
What was the last part of it? Of my,
On the sentence, you mean?
yes,
That you cannot go back to the location where you were arrested, where you were
Right.
trespassing?
right, I'm not gonna do that.
Okay, all right. So that's the last part. Do you have any other questions?
Right, did they waive my fine or whatever? I don't have money, I don't have a job.
Okay, but we haven't gotten there yet, so you have to let me get there and then I'll tell you. But I am
okay.
going to, we will address that when we get there, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Are you under the influence of any drugs or alcohol?
No,
Is anyone forcing you to resolve your case today?
no,
And do you understand that if you're not a U.S. citizen, that by taking a plea, it could subject you to immigration changes?
I'm a citizen.
Okay. What plea do you wish to enter?
Um,
Guilty or no contest?
no contest, I guess.
All right, so I'll accept your no contest plea, and I find that it's freely and voluntarily given. I'm gonna sentence you to a withhold adjudication. Now, you were talking about money, because there is court costs to be paid, so what were you saying?
I have already been out here and with the lawyer.
Okay,
I already went through
I
this with
know.
a lawyer.
I know,
Yeah, we
but,
gotta go through it one more time, sir. All right, so just hang in there and
Because
we'll
I
get
was
through it.
getting confused on, didn't I already do this?
okay.
So
Well, he talks to you and tells you what to expect, and then when you come, that way, when you come before me, it's a little bit easier, and now you're familiar with what I'm going to say. So that's what happened this morning,
Oh,
okay? So,
yes.
so I will convert your court costs to a civil lien, okay?
Okay, and what does that mean?
That means that you don't have to pay it unless you come into a lot of money,
Okay.
all right?
I don't think that's happening.
Okay, good luck, sir.
Okay, so basically now I have to do what?
You're done.
Oh, thank you.
All
All right,
right.
God bless.
And don't go back to that place.
No, I won't.
All right. All right, next we have Terrence Walker.
North Broward.
Right.
Judge.
Good morning, Mr. Walker. You're before the court for one count of trespassing. And I do find probable cause. What does Mr. Walker wish to do?
Mr. Walker would like to resolve this matter this morning, Your Honor.
Your Honor, and Mr. Walker is starting to appear before the court more frequently. Last time was 2 weeks ago, just down the street from this location. This is, would be his third arrest in the month of February.
Your Honor,
Yes, sir.
this time it was a lot different from the first time. The first time I would admit I was on the property, but this time I would admit there's a fence, a two-sided fence. I was on the opposite side of the property. I wasn't on the property this time. So I would like to state that I wasn't really on the property this time. I was on the other side. So I would like to get another chance. And maybe my third time I'll be more a little cautious.
My concern is, according to this, he's also panhandling from children. And in fact, one of the children gave him $1 out of fear.
I'm not children. Them grown.
Mr. Walker,
All right,
Mr. Walker.
stop talking, Mr. Walker.
Okay. Your Honor.
What's the offer for Mr. Walker?
He offered me 5 days.
Okay. All right, Mr. Walker,
Yes.
the sentence, if you want to resolve your case, is going to be adjudication in 5 days in the county jail.
Huh?
Adjudication and 5 days in the Broward County Jail is
Was
going
there
to be your
adjudication?
sentence.
No, but I wasn't on the property this time.
All
I
right,
was on the property.
well, then if that's the case, then you'll have to go to trial on the case. All right?
So I have to spend 5 days in jail?
That would be the sentence if you wish to resolve your case this morning.
Yes, I would like to resolve it.
So it'll be 5 days in the Broward County Jail.
Okay.
All right, but you're saying that you were not on the property, so I'm
I
saying,
was not on the property.
well, then your other option, sir, then is to go to trial. So,
What option is that? How do I go to trial?
well, your attorney would talk to you about that.
Today?
Mr. Walker, you can go to trial, you can post a $25 bond and get out, which you told me you don't have $25 to get out. If you want to resolve the case, it's 5 days in the Broward County Jail, and you'd get credit for the time that you've already served since your arrest, which was what, yesterday?
Yes.
Okay, so you get credit for that. It's up to you what you want to do, but as we discussed before, you go back to a place, even if you're on the other side of the fence, you're still in the same area. And as I told you before, eventually, it's not going to be time served. And now we're finding out that's the case. Now it's 5 days. So you need to stay away from this whole area, like we talked about before.
Okay.
All right, so what do you want to do, Mr. Walker? Do you want to take
I
5
want
days?
to I want to try to post my bond, but I can't make a call.
You can't what?
I can't call my mom. I can bond up. I can't call my mom.
All right.
I'll tell you what, Judge, I'm going to ask the court to leave.
I'll leave the bond in place.
All right,
Good luck,
Mr.
sir.
Walker, I'm going to call you in just a few minutes. Deputy, can you keep him there for me?
All right, that's Eric Redmond.
Thank you, Deputy.
He's here, present, Judge Amin.
All right. Mr. Redmond, you're before the court for trespassing. The court does find probable cause. What does Mr. Redmond wish to do?
Judge, in speaking Mr. Redmond, he wishes to resolve this matter today.
There'll be an adjudication in 5 days. He has a 2019 resisting and trespass at the same location 2 weeks ago. 2019 criminal mischief, disorderly conduct, 2018 of October of last year, battery, 2018 resisting, failure to leave property upon order, 2015 disorderly conduct and battery. After that, Your Honor, lengthy criminal history.
Let me talk to him, Judge.
Okay.
Patrice is with pre-trial. She spoke to you guys. She did the training with you guys. Oh, okay. Apparently, from what she said nice things about me. I'm not sure.
Judge, in speaking Mr. Redmond, he wishes to try and resolve this matter, but he's asking the court to consider getting involved in plea negotiations. From what he advised me, he was an inside 7-Eleven. He was walking past there on his way to his regular job. So Judge, he thought he was abiding by the court order as far as not going inside 7-Eleven. So he's asking the court if the court would consider extending an offer of a time served.
Says he was sleeping there.
No, I'm sticking with the 5 days.
Judge, he's gonna accept the state's offer, is what he's telling me.
Mr. Redmond, you're just gonna have to find another route to walk. Stay away from that area.
I work right across the street from the place, ma'am.
Oh. All right, please.
You don't have to resolve it today, sir. You could go ahead and fight this.
Well, it's gonna take 30 days instead of 5, and I'm gonna
I
lose
don't
my
know.
job. I mean,
But we can, if they're harassing you, you shouldn't resolve it.
well, I know I shouldn't, but I gotta go back to work. So.
All right, I am gonna leave the bond in place, and then you can speak with your attorney about really what you want to do. I don't want you
I would like to resolve it today, ma'am, please.
Okay.
But I mean, if this happens again, what's the next offer gonna be? I mean,
All right, well,
I
again,
still have to walk by there to go to work.
I'm gonna leave the $25 in place. I don't want you to be forced. Let's go to the next one. You can speak with
Judge,
your
would you
attorney about
consider-
what you want to do.
I'm
I
ready
would like to
on,
resolve this right now, ma'am, please.
All right, I'm not gonna go back one more time, so if you start talking about what else you want to do, it's gonna be done, okay? So what do you wish to
Yes.
do at this point in time?
Resolve the
All
matter
right,
today.
please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, you can put your hand down. Do you understand everything that's going on here today?
Yes, ma'am.
Is anyone forcing you to resolve your case?
No, ma'am.
And do you understand that you have the right to go to trial, but by taking a plea today, you are giving up that right?
Yes, ma'am.
Are you under the influence of drugs or alcohol?
No, ma'am.
Have you ever been treated for a mental or emotional illness?
No, ma'am.
And do you understand that if you're not a U.S. citizen, that by taking a plea, you could be subjected to immigration changes?
Yes, ma'am.
What plea do you wish to enter, Mr. Redmond?
No contest.
All right, I accept your no contest plea. Find that it's freely and voluntarily given. Your sentence will be adjudication and 5 days in the Broward County Jail. Good luck, sir. Jeffrey Lothringer,
I've been informed bonded, Judge.
okay?
I'm ready on Ms. Fossey, Your Honor.
All right, Jessica Fossey on page 8. She was at North Broward.
Yes, no, she's Paul Ryan, Judge.
Jessica Fossey?
Sure, absolutely.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, Ms. Fossey, you're before the court for one count of aggravated battery causing bodily harm. And the court does find probable cause. Thank you. Good morning, ma'am.
Yes, her mother was here yesterday as well, Judge, when Ms. Fossey was in medical recess.
That's right.
Judge, I'm going to ask the court to consider releasing Ms. Fossey to pretrial release on this case. I know the court has had an opportunity to review the warrant. Ms. Fossey is a lifelong resident of Broward County. She's been living in the same location since she was 11 years old. She has plans to become an anesthesiologist. She is resuming courses at Broward General Hospital in August.
No, not hospital, but yeah.
Broward General?
Yeah, the college, sir.
Okay,
Broward
Broward
College.
College, I'm sorry.
Yes.
She has a high school diploma. She has, I think the only contact she has with the criminal justice system in the past is a misdemeanor possession of marijuana. So obviously she has strong ties to the community and not much of a criminal record. The facts of this affidavit and warrant concern me greatly. I believe when all of the truth comes out in this story, that it's going to be very apparent that Ms. Fossey is actually the victim in this case. By the officer's own statement, the victim in the case was extremely intoxicated. Not just intoxicated, but extremely intoxicated. I believe what we're going to learn is that he was accosting Ms. Fossey, and when she declined his invitations, that's when this incident started. And that's when this injury happened. I know the injuries are very severe. And if what I understand actually did happen, I think that Ms. Fossey will have been shown to be justified in her actions. She has no criminal history. According to BSO Picks, the victim in the case has been arrested 28 times.
Your Honor, I'm going to object. That has no relevance.
All right, Mr.
Yeah,
Reed,
it does.
let's stick to the probable cause affidavit.
Yeah, unfortunately, it doesn't mention the numerous arrests that he has.
Again, Your Honor, I'm
All
objecting.
right, Mr.
But,
Reedy, let's stick to.
understand, Judge, but, you know, I think we have a person with basically no criminal
But
history
this
here
is,
before you.
this is not, well, you know that this is not an adversarial hearing, one.
I
And you
understand.
also know that if there is anything else that needs to be, today's not the trial, so if you have a defense, you're gonna bring that up at the appropriate time.
Yes, I understand that, Judge.
So, and my determinations always have to be based on the four corners of this affidavit that's been presented to me.
I understand that, Judge.
Okay.
But I would
So-
ask the court not to be unduly swayed by the severity of the injuries, because I do believe that when the truth comes out, it'll show that Ms. Fossey is well within her rights to protect herself. If the court is not inclined to release her on pretrial release, from what I understand in speaking to the family, Ms. Fossey receives disability. She receives approximately $600, is it six or seven?
$750.
$750 a month. There's really not a lot of money saved. Her mother had to raise both her and her brother basically by herself. So they have not had an opportunity to save a lot of money. I think probably the highest they could go as far as a monetary bond would be somewhere in the area of $5,000. So I would ask the court, if you're not inclined to release her, then I would ask you to release her to pretrial release with a $5,000 bond.
Your Honor, I'm gonna be requesting that the court set bond at $75,000, pretrial release with the GPS monitor, and no victim contact. And I'm not basing this on any criminal history that she has or does not have. I'm basing this solely on my concern based on these allegations. The allegations in the report, not counsel's beliefs. Because I note that 2 independent witnesses and video surveillance shows Ms. Fossey chasing the victim. Some of the Mr. Reed claims it cost her.
She hit me first.
Don't say anything, Ms. Fossey.
Yes, ma'am, sir.
Mr. Reedy claims he was accosting her, even though a witness saw them acting completely cordial with one another earlier in the evening.
Oh, yeah.
She,
Yeah, because I didn't want to.
Ms. Fossey, when I say don't say anything, I'm not sure if my language is not clear.
Sorry, sir. I'm sorry, sir.
I have a hard time accepting someone in fear, in such great fear that they've been accosted, would chase someone across a parking lot. This appears to be an act out of anger. And this act involves stabbing the victim in his neck, specifically his jugular. The victim suffered a collapsed lung, substantial damage to his vocal cords. He had to be placed on a ventilator. Nurses advised the detective that he was at a high risk of death due to the large amount of blood in his lungs. He didn't even have the ability to identify Ms. Fossey at first because he couldn't speak. But every witness gave the same version of events. That Ms. Fossey was the one chasing the victim. That he was running from her. There's video surveillance showing her swinging aggressively with something in her hand towards his neck area. And he's then seen bleeding from his neck. The fact that he was intoxicated, he's allowed to be intoxicated. And if someone can get intoxicated, that in and of itself doesn't mean that they deserve to be attacked, violently attacked. We have lots of defendants that appear before the court that are here because they were intoxicated. I would agree, and I'm sure Mr. Reedy would agree. They don't deserve to be stabbed. And I wouldn't say, and as far as the credibility of the victim, let's not even take into the fact that he was intoxicated. Rely upon the independent witnesses and the video surveillance.
None of which demonstrates Ms. Fossey stabbing anyone.
All right, I'm not gonna go back over that. We've already gone past that. Let's talk about, ma'am, I see you raising your hand.
I just would like to say something. When my daughter, well, I didn't see her right away because she had a seizure and they took her to the ambulance. But when they released her from the hospital, she was full of bruises around her neck, around her leg.
All right,
in her
so
back.
that's also something that you will discuss with your attorney in developing the defense of this case. Today's not the day for that.
I understand.
Today, is just for probable cause determination and for me to make a determination as to release conditions. All of this is going to play out before another judge at another time, and everyone will have an opportunity to speak to their attorneys and to present their arguments. So based on the affidavit that has been presented to me today, for me to make a determination, that's what I'm allowed to make a determination from. I do find probable cause. The allegations are serious, and there may be other defenses, there may be other things that were going on, but the allegations here are serious. And so I am going to impose a bond of $30,000 with GPS monitor and,
Sir, we can't
No, no,
afford that.
We can't afford it. My daughter has only a disability and I'm
ma'am,
working and.
ma'am, that's my decision today. And again, you can continue to speak with your attorney. There's a lot of balancing that I have to do in making this decision. And so the allegations are serious, and there's concerns for the safety of the community. And so that's my ruling today, okay? Good luck.
Your Honor, obviously.
And no contact with the victim. Ami British?
He's here at Main Judge. He declined the service of public defender. Yes. How you doing, Your Honor?
Mr. British, you're before the court today for one count of touch or strike battery. And
Yes, I am, and I'm about to tell you exactly what happened.
no, I don't want to hear anything about what happened. Today's not the day for that. Okay, so don't tell me what happened. What?
All right, so I guess I don't want to go to the next challenge. I'm just gonna pay the bond and that's it.
All right, sir. So I do find probable cause, and your bond is $1,000. Good luck.
All right, thank you.
Okay.
Outside, don't sit down. Outside.
Justin Bruce.
Judge, he bonded.
Thank you. Stuart Benson.
Mr. Benson bonded as well.
Thank you.
Judge, what happened with Mr. British?
Mr. British.
He did not want the attorney. His bond is $1,000.
Oh, okay.
Vicente Borrego.
He's here present, Judge at Main.
All right, sir, you're before the court for a misdemeanor capias, operating without a valid license, and says that you failed to appear in court November of last year. What does Mr. Borrego wish to do?
Judge, seeing Mr. Borrego earlier this morning, he wishes to resolve this matter today.
All right, State, do you have an offer for Mr. Borrego?
Yes, Your Honor, to withhold court cost.
All right, Mr. Borrego?
He wishes to accept the state's offer,
All right,
Judge.
sir, please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth?
Yes.
Okay, you can put your hand down, sir. Mr. Borrego, do you understand what's going on here today?
Yes.
Are you under the influence of drugs or alcohol?
No.
Do you need more time to speak with your attorney?
No.
Is anyone forcing you to resolve your case?
Is anyone forcing you to resolve your case? No.
You understand you have the right to go to trial, that by taking a plea today, you are giving up that right.
Yeah.
And do you understand that if you're not a U.S. citizen, that by taking a plea, it could subject you to immigration changes?
Yes.
Okay, what plea do you wish to enter, Mr. Borrego?
No contest.
All right, I accept your no contest plea, find that it's freely and voluntarily given, and your sentence is a withhold adjudication and court costs. Good luck, sir. Poppy Jean?
Your Honor, North Broward is asking if you could call a case out of turn.
Okay.
Mr. Darwin Mingo, he's just about the last case on your docket. Page 30.
Good morning, Your Honor. How are you?
Good morning, Mr. Mingo. we previously found probable cause and we needed to talk about bond on this case. Mr. Mingo, you're before the court for one count of possession of cocaine. Count two is the possession of drug paraphernalia, and counts 3 and 4 are municipal ordinance violations.
Damn.
Have you had a chance to speak with him?
They just brought him down, Judge.
Okay.
But
All right.
I would ask that the court leave the bonds in place.
All right. So the bond is $1,000 on count 1, and no bond is required on the other counts. Good luck, Mr. Mingo.
All right, thank you. Oh, dog.
All right. Then we can go to Poppy Jean.
He's here, President Judge of Maine.
All right. Good morning, Mr. Jean. You're before the court for a traffic capias matter. What does Mr. Jean wish to do?
Judge, he's looking to contest these allegations, and he did miss court. He said it was his fault, but he also did inform me that he doesn't have, he basically doesn't have much of prior contact with the criminal justice system, so he's asking the court if the court would consider releasing him ROR.
This is a 2017 capias. Oh.
Oh, I'm sorry. Your Honor, whatever the court.
Oh, I thought you were looking for something.
Oh, no. I was looking to see if there were previous cases.
Oh, okay. Then I'll ROR Mr. Jean on this charge. Sir, you've got to make sure that the clerk knows your address so that you get the notice, okay? Good luck, sir.
Thank you, Judge.
Joseph Graham.
Mr. Graham is here, President Judge, approaching. Come on up, sir.
Mr. Graham, you're before the court for one count of false ID given to a law enforcement officer, and count 2, driving while license suspended or revoked. I do find probable cause.
Judge, in speaking to Mr. Graham earlier today, he wishes to resolve this matter.
All right, State, do you have an offer for Mr. Graham?
Your Honor, the offer would just be a time served.
Okay. Mr. Graham?
He wishes to accept the state's
All
offer,
right,
Judge.
please raise your right hand, sir. You swear or affirm to tell the truth?
Yes, sir. Yes, ma'am.
You can put your hand down. Do you understand the proceedings you're in today?
Yes, ma'am.
Is anyone forcing you to resolve your case?
No, ma'am.
Do you need more time to speak with your attorney?
No, ma'am.
Are you under the influence of drugs or alcohol?
No, ma'am.
And do you understand that you have the right to go to trial, that by taking a plea today, you are giving up that right?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you understand that if you're not a U.S. citizen, that by taking a plea, it could subject you to immigration changes?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, what plea do you wish to enter, Mr. Graham?
No contest.
All right, sir, I accept your no contest plea, find that it's freely and voluntarily given, and your sentence is adjudication and time served, on both counts. Good luck, sir.
Good luck, sir.
Yes, both. Mark Murdoch.
Mr. Murdoch is here, President Maine. Judge, he's approaching. Come on up, sir.
Mr. Murdoch, you're facing one count of possession of cannabis, 20 grams or less. Count 2 is driving while license suspended. It says second offense, and count 3 is not for magistrate. It's a tint violation. The court does find probable cause.
Judge, we're going to be requesting the court sign a property order so he can have access to his property, so he can bond out.
Okay. The bond on count 2 is $100. Good luck, sir. Jack Starbucks.
Mr. Starbucks is here at Maine. Come on up, Mr. Starbucks.
Mr. Starbucks here before the court for 1 count of false ID given to a law enforcement officer. Count 2 is resisting officer without violence. Count 3 is trespassing, occupied structure or conveyance. And count 4 is a municipal ordinance. I do find probable cause.
Judge, it's me, Mr. Starbucks. He wishes to see if the court would consider resolving these matters today.
State you have an offer for Mr. Starbucks.
Your Honor, be an adjudication time served.
All right, sir, do you wish to resolve your case?
He wishes to accept the state's offer, Judge.
All right, don't go anywhere. We have to go through this. Do you raise your right hand? You swear or affirm to tell the truth? You gotta speak.
You have to speak, sir.
Yeah, Judge. Swear, Judge.
Is there a language problem?
No, I swear to tell the truth.
No, he said, I swear to tell the truth.
Oh, okay. All right, you can put your hand down. You can put your hand down now. Do you understand the proceedings that you're in today?
Yes, Your Honor.
And is anyone forcing you to resolve your case?
No.
And do you need more time to speak with the attorney standing next to you?
No, Your Honor.
Do you have any children? You know that Mr. Romero is an attorney, right?
I'm an attorney. You understand?
He looked to the other side, so. All right, are you under the influence of drugs or alcohol?
No.
And do you understand that if you're not a U.S. citizen, that by taking a plea, it could subject you to immigration changes? Do you understand? All right, what plea do you wish to enter, sir?
What plea do you wish to enter, sir?
Okay.
Let the judge know.
No contest.
All right, I accept your no contest plea. You find that it's freely and voluntarily given, and your sentence is adjudication and time served. Good luck. On all 4, yes. All right, Shaquan Moore.
Mr. Moore is here, present judge at Maine. He's approaching. He declined to serve as a public defender.
Mr. Moore, do you understand that you are entitled to an attorney at this juncture of the proceedings? Do you understand that you are entitled to an attorney, or I don't understand? What are you saying?
Myself.
Okay, so you don't need an attorney is what you're telling me?
Mm-hmm.
No, well, it's got to be yes or no so that
Yes,
it's
ma'am.
clear for the record. Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
So you're before the court today for 1 count of touch or strike battery, and I do find probable cause. And now we need to talk about your bond. So, state, any priors, or what are you asking for? Okay. All right, so, Mr. Moore, your bond is $1,000. And you shall have no contact with, what's the name of the victim, Randall Moore? Do you understand that, sir?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, good luck. Eric Pinder.
He's approaching judge here at Maine.
All right, Mr. Pinder, you're before the court for a misdemeanor capious matter. on a resisting without violence charge.
Defense has no request, Judge.
All right,
Hector, he's got an out-of-county no bond hold.
I know. Mr. Pender didn't want me to take any action. He wants to see his judge March 4th at 9 a.m.
all right.
Okay.
So the bond is set at $500. Good luck. Davia Hankerson.
Conti, Judge.
And Miss Hankerson, this is a ad charge. Mr. Hankerson, you're before the court for, it's count 8 now, grand theft. And the court does find probable cause. I assume Mr. Hankerson is in custody?
Yes, Judge, he has some no bond holds. I'd ask the court to keep the bond in place.
All right, so your bond on this count, sir, is $1,000. Good luck.
All right, thank you.
Robert Hilsman.
Paul Ryan, Your Honor.
Paul Ryan.
Judge, Mr. Hilsman is here at me.
Oh, okay. All right.
Judge, he's here present. He advised me he has private counsel, Mr. Stephen Melnick.
Klitschko, help me.
All right. Mr. Hilsman, you're before the court, sir. It's an ad charge on a grand theft. This is count 4. Did you, when did you hire Mr. Melnick?
He's a reading counsel. Appointed to me.
Oh, he's already on this case?
He's supposed to be on all of them.
If this is an ad charge, Judge, or if this is another case, then he wouldn't be necessarily appointed on this case yet.
Right.
So, Judge, I'll help Mr. Hilsman on this, but my understanding, he's been in custody for quite some time. He has no bond hold, so
Okay.
no admit for Mr. Hilsman at this time.
So then his bond is $1,000 on this one. Good luck, sir. And then we have Richard Forrest.
Paul Ryan, Judge.
Your Honor,
Yes.
it's gonna be reset. He decided he didn't want to show up this morning.
Yeah, I figured.
Okay.
Is Mr. Forrest is represented by the Public Defender's Office?
Yes, Judge, he has no bond holds.
All right, so I'm gonna find probable cause in absentia, and the bond will remain at $1,000. Markel Lucas.
Mr. Lucas is here at Main, Judge, Mr. Lucas, and he has private counsel, Mr. Wayne Colony.
That's where the confusion got, he hung up on me, between him and me.
Okay, this is a new charge. This is an ad charge on a possession of firearm by a convicted felon.
One of the other charges is being held on, which is a manslaughter.
I couldn't hear you.
It's added to one of his other charges, which is a manslaughter, $150,000 bond.
Okay.
We weren't going to make any recommendation for bond.
Okay. All right, Mr. Lucas, who did you say your attorney was?
Wayne Colony.
And do you have a phone number for him?
No, ma'am.
How do you spell his last name? Do you know?
Colony, I believe.
All right.
Your Honor, I can tell you, I pulled up this case. There has been no notice of appearance.
Okay. All right. So, on this count, Mr. Lucas, I do find probable cause, and what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna impose a bond of $2,000, and then you can speak with your attorney about this and the other charges that he's representing you on. Okay?
Okay.
All right. Good luck, sir. Good luck, sir.
Okay.
Michael Taylor.
Conti.
Mr. Taylor, good morning. Mr. Taylor, You're before the court today for charge number 7 is a burglary on occupied conveyance unarmed. And I do find probable cause. Is Mr. Taylor being held on other counts?
He is, Your Honor, he's got
Yes,
a no bond VOP. On his other burglary conveyances that he's being held on, the bonds were set at 2,500, so we're just asking that that same bond be placed on this one.
All right, then I'll impose a $1,000 bond here, and good luck, Mr. Taylor. Mark Mosey,
North Broward.
North Broward.
thank you. Good morning, sir. You're before the court today. This is an additional charge of burglary of an unoccupied conveyance unarmed. Is Mr. Mosey also being held on other?
Yes, Your Honor, he's being held on a $2,500 bond and other burglary charges, so the state would ask for a $2,500 bond on this.
All right, so I do
It
find.
also has no bond holds as well, Your Honor,
Right,
sorry.
I do find probable cause, and I'll impose a bond of $1,000 on this charge. Good luck, sir.
Okay.
Eric Loy,
The Roy's approaching, Judge. He's here at Maine.
for Mr. Loy, good morning, sir. This is counts 39 and 40. Dealing in stolen property and false ownership of info for pawn item.
Your Honor, oh, I'm sorry, go ahead.
No, go ahead.
Mr. Loy is represented by Mark Z. I spoke with Mr. Z this morning. He's asking the bonds to be left in place.
Okay, so the bonds are $3,500 and $1,000. Good luck, sir. Antoine Thomas,
Mr. Thomas is here present at Maine. Come on up, sir.
Mr. Thomas, you're before the court today for possession of counterfeit license plate, count 2 driving while license suspended, and count 3's failure to register motor vehicle. And I do find probable cause.
Judge, we're going to be requesting a phone order so that he can get access to his contacts so they can post his monetary bond.
All right, so the bonds are $1,000, $750, and $25. Good luck, sir. And I will sign that order. Andrew Doyen,
Mr. Doyen is here present at Maine, Judge.
Mr. Doyen, you're before the court for 1 count of trafficking in heroin, 4 grams, less than 14 grams. Count 2, possession of cannabis, 20 grams or less. Count 3, false ID given to law enforcement. Count 4 is a felony capias, which is a no bond hold, not for magistrate. I do find probable cause as to the other counts. And,
Judge, considering he has a no bond hold, at this time, nothing to have from the defense.
all right, so I'll leave the bonds in place at this time. My notes indicate he should be before his felony division judge on March 4th. Thomas Jefferson,
North Broward, Judge.
all right. Good morning, Mr. Jefferson.
Good morning.
Sir, you're before the court for 1 count of grand theft of a firearm, count 2, grand theft auto, count 3, false ID given to a law enforcement officer, and count 4, resisting without violence. I do find probable cause.
Your Honor, I don't know that we're going to be able to do a lot for Mr. Jefferson. Unfortunately, he doesn't have anyone locally to contact. He has no money. He has no place to stay. I think it's maybe an issue that we will address later in front of his division judge, so I'd ask the court to leave the bonds in place where they are.
All right.
Your Honor, well, my concern is,
Mm-hmm.
I can't tell you anything about him, because I don't even know his name. I don't know any other specific information about him. And someone in that situation that is, one moment. Breaking into a marked city of Fort Lauderdale vehicle where there's a fully loaded rifle in plain sight. I have concerns. And they go above and beyond the standard bonds. I'm gonna be requesting, bonds in the amount of 5,000 on one, 5,000 on two. And, pre-trial with the GPS monitor.
You know, based on my conversation with Mr. Jefferson, Your Honor, he's not gonna be able to bond out.
Well, the other concern though is there mental health issues. When I look at this, I don't know. He says his name is Thomas Jefferson, or maybe he's Malcolm X, or,
Yeah, no, and I completely understand where the court's coming from with that concern, and that's part of the problem. If we knew a little bit more about him, to learn a little bit more about his background.
All right. Well, what I'll do is, he's nowhere. His at large is his address. On count one, I will impose a bond of $2,500, and then I will leave the other bonds in place. And, no contact, and then, his attorneys can do what's necessary for the next step. Good luck, sir. Pauleski Mauney,
He's a medical research, John.
all right. Giovanni Leone,
He's here present, Judge at Maine. He declined the services of public defender.
No, I wanted a public defender.
You don't want to?
I wanted a public defender.
Oh, you changed your mind, sir?
Yeah.
all right, I'll
I
recall.
believe he changed his mind. I'm gonna need time to talk to him.
Okay, that's okay. How about Wilmer Rojas Gamboa?
Oh, Your Honor?
Yes.
I have one moment, I think.
What's the name?
Gamboa. Rojas Gamboa.
Judge, what page is this gentleman on? 21, oh, okay. Oh, Judge, he's gonna require a Spanish interpreter, and he has private counsel, Mr. Richard DeCobo. I believe my colleague tried to contact Mr. DeCobo.
All right, so we'll recall, because we also need the Spanish interpreter. All right. All right, so then we can go to page 22, and we have Hassan Jawad.
Mr. Watt is here present, Judge Amin. And Judge, we're gonna be waiving formal reading of the charges.
Yes.
So I go to.
Private counsel who I've spoken to this morning, he's asked Lawrence that he's asked that this could be reset for 1 o'clock so he can be present.
He has a private attorney?
Yes, yes, he was here.
I'll let Mr. Jawad know what's going on.
All right, so they're asking for this to be reset to the PM docket. All right, we'll reset for the PM. All right, Elvis Bryan.
Mr. Bryan is here present, Judge. He has private counsel.
Mr. Bryan, who's your attorney, sir?
I have no idea, but my wife did speak to someone prior to me getting arrested.
Oh. All right, so then we can't make any phone calls because we don't know who your attorney is.
Right.
So you're before the court today for one count of driving while license suspended, and then count 2 is not for magistrate, it's a traffic infraction, making an improper left turn. And then count 3 is a felony violation of probation, which is a no bond hold. So I do find probable cause, and what we're going to do What I'm gonna do is leave the bond in place. You should be before your division judge on Monday at 8:30, okay? Good luck, sir.
Right. Judge, we're ready on Mr. Leon.
Okay? Mr. Leon, you're before the court for one count of possession of GHB, and count two is possession of drug paraphernalia, and count three is driving while license suspended. And I do find probable cause.
Judge, in speaking to Mr. Leon, he did give me the contact information of his family. I intend on calling him right after court, and they will post his monetary bond, so nothing to add from the defense.
All right, his bond is $1,000. Good luck, sir. Brian Ashkin.
Judge, he's just coming up, and as he was approaching, he told me he changed his mind. Now he wants the assistant public defender, so if we could put him on recall, Judge.
Okay. All right, are we ready to address Andres Florentine?
He's going to require a Spanish interpreter, Judge. I
Okay.
don't know if the Spanish interpreter has made his way.
No, all
We
right.
have one on the way.
We have one on the way.
Toma asiento, por favor.
Okay, Lorenza Cochran.
Mr. Cochran is here present at me. Come on up, sir.
Mr. Cochran, you're before the court for one count of possession of cocaine. And the court does find probable cause.
Judge, in speaking to Mr. Cochran, nothing to add from the defense. He gave me the phone number of his friend who I intend on calling right after court.
All right, Mr. Cochran's bond is $1,000. Good luck, sir. Marcuson Genie.
Marcus and Gina is here present, Judge, and we decline the service of public defender proceeding pro se.
Mr. Jean, good morning.
Morning, ma'am.
You're before the court for a burglary of an occupied dwelling unarmed. And I do find probable cause to detain you. Do you wish to say anything about setting your bond?
Yes, I can't afford a bond.
Okay.
So, I just, I was,
All right, we'll hear from the state.
Your Honor, the state would
Yes.
be seeking a bond of $20,000. The defendant did enter the residence while the victim was laying on the couch. He then exited the residence and stood outside of the home for approximately 5 minutes. The defendant also has violated domestic violence injunctions in the past. 3 prior times, Your Honor. All convictions.
Three violations of domestic injunction?
Yes, Your Honor.
And the reason it's bringing it up, it's okay, is I imagine the court's going to be issuing victim contact. It shows a history in the past of when being ordered by a judge to stay away from someone, he has been unable to do that.
Okay. All right, Mr. Jean, I am going to impose a bond of $10,000. With a GPS. And no victim contact, no return to this location, sir. Do you understand?
yes, ma'am.
Okay, sir, good luck. Devontae Williams.
Mr. Williams is approaching, Judge. He's here at me.
Mr. Williams, you're before the court for one count of possession of a weapon or ammo by a delinquent. Count 3 is a possession of cannabis 20 grams or less, and count 3 is a traffic violation not for magistrate. And the court does find probable cause. Does the parties wish to be heard as to bond?
I do, Judge. I'll let the state go first.
Your Honor, the state would ask for a bond of $7,500 based on the fact that he's out on bond out of Palm Beach County and he has juvenile priors.
Judge, we're going to be asking the court to consider releasing Mr. Williams on pretrial release. Yes, he is out on a case in Palm Beach County. It's a misdemeanor offense. I believe it's a petty theft. He's 19 years old, been here in South Florida his whole entire life. At this time, he advised me he's actively looking for employment. He lives in Oakland Park with his father, and his father's not working right now. They've been residing at the same apartment for about a year and a half, in which they rent, they do not own. Judge, from what he advised me, the only person that can potentially post his monetary bond would be his father, but he doesn't believe that his father can afford basically anything. So that's why at this time, Judge, we're going to be asking for the court to consider releasing him on pretrial release.
All right, the court will grant a level 2 pretrial release. No bond necessary. All right. Good luck, sir. Jonathan Theodore.
Mr. Theodore's here present.
Mr. Theodore, you're before the court for one count of possession of THC. Count 2 is a possession of cannabis over 20 grams. Count 3 is possession of drug paraphernalia. Counts 4 and 5 are traffic infractions that are not for magistrate. I do find probable cause as to bond.
Judge, this gentleman, Mr. Theodore, is 28 years old, and my understanding is this is his first contact with the criminal justice system. Considering this is a THC and a cannabis offense, I don't know if the court would consider releasing Mr. Theodore outright ROR. He does take care of his father. Now, if the court's not inclined, I'd ask you to leave the standard bonds in place. He's going to be reaching out to his brother to post his monetary bond. But, Judge, considering these are non-violent, and if the state can confirm he has no prior record, I'm going to be asking for a straight ROR on Mr. Theodore's behalf.
Your Honor, the state was going to defer to the court on this case.
All right, I will ROR Mr. Theodore on all counts. Good luck, sir.
Thank you, Judge.
You're welcome. Ronald Bell.
Mr. Bell is approaching, Judge. He's here at me.
Yeah, this is a co-arrestee from earlier, Your Honor, it was Peters.
Well, this time the detective wrote 2 more sentences.
Yes, that is true.
Mr. Bell, you're before the court for one count of possession of heroin and possession of a vehicle with altered numbers.
Judge, going to be requesting on Mr. Bell's behalf, the court consider releasing him on pretrial release.
No. I'll ROR, Mr. Bell. The probable cause affidavit does not give me much for consideration, so.
Thank you, Judge.
You know, it literally just says he was found in possession and that, you know, he painted over the VIN number. That's it, so I'll ROR.
A Spanish interpreter is present, Your Honor.
All right.
In which case? I mean, there's two.
You need more time on which one? Florentine?
I'm waiting to hear
Judge,
back
I know
from-
on page 21, Mr. As private counsel, Richard DeCobo. I know the other gentleman on page 23, he's applied with the public defender, Mr. Florentine.
Right, but the state needs a little bit more time with Mr. Florentine. And then are you saying Rojas Gamboa has Brian DeCobo?
Richard DeCobo.
Richard
I
DeCobo.
spoke with
I
Mr.
believe
DeCobo's
that's Brian
office.
DeCobo's uncle.
Oh,
I spoke with Mr. DeCobo's office, and they do represent him on a case in Dade County. They're trying to find out if they represent him on this case.
all right. Madam Interpreter, I know you're here, but we have a little bit of delay on both of the cases. Okay, thank you. Maurice Bradwell? Mr. Bradwell, you're before the court for one count of possession of heroin, and count two is a traffic capias matter.
Judge, I'm not asking you to take any action on count two. I know he's going to see his judge on March 4th at
Yes.
9:30, and that's what Mr. Bradwell wanted to do.
Okay?
However, on count one, on the possession of heroin, in which is $1,000 bond, he's going to have probably problems going through a bondsman. There's going to be issues with collateral, but he did advise me that when he was arrested, he had $100 with him. So we're going to ask the court to consider reducing count one from $1,000 to $100. And speaking Mr. Bradwell, Judge, he is financially indigent. He's homeless at this time. He was working for a company, Waste Management. Unfortunately, he lost his job, and that had basically a domino effect on his life. You know, he's 26 years old. He's been here his whole entire life. He was working, and now he still wants to work, and now he's looking for work. So, Judge, I'm going to be asking you just specifically on count one for the court to consider reducing the bond from $1,000 to $100 on this nonviolent offense.
My concern is he was arrested January this year for capias failure to appear in a felony case. You resolved that. Now he's back before the court. Yes, on a new drug offense, but also because he failed to appear in court on a TC matter. He was arrested in 2016 for failing to appear in that cocaine case. So there is a history of failing to appear. Another capias arrest in 2015 from a 2013 delivery of cocaine.
Judge, I know what also led to, as far as his missing court, what happened is when he lost his job, unfortunately, he was paying rent at the address that he had where he was getting notices. Because he lost his job, he couldn't afford to pay rent. He was forced to move out. So therefore, he wasn't receiving notices. That's why he wants to go ahead and he realizes he's going to have to go in front of his judge, and that's why on count two, he doesn't want to ask anything of this court. He's going to go on March 4th and see what happens. He's hoping for the best, and that's why I'm asking for the court to consider reducing it to $100 on count one.
His failures to appear that span over years. You can't keep using the same excuse. You know, he had many opportunities to rectify that.
All right, over the state's objection, I'm gonna do the $100 bond with standard pretrial.
Thank you, Judge.
All right. Darius Quinn,
Medical reset.
The court is doing with count 2 on Mr. Bradwell. We're only
No.
on pretrial on count 1.
right, because he says he's going to court on Monday.
Thank you.
It's a medical reset. I started to. Joel Sizer,
Mr. Sutton, approaching judge.
Mr. Sizer, you're before the court for one count of retail theft. And the court does find probable cause.
Judge, nothing to add from the defense.
All right, Mr. Sizer's bond is $3,500. Good luck, sir. Brian Francis.
Mr. Francis, come on up, please.
Mr. Francis, you're before the court on count 1, driving a license suspended. Count 2, riding a motorcycle without eye protection, which is not for magistrate. Counts 3 and 4 are a violation of felony probation. I do find probable cause as to count 1. I'm gonna leave the bond in place, as to count 1, and you should be before your judge on Monday on the violations. Melvin Henderson.
He's here present, Judge.
Mr. Henderson, you're before the court for one count of petty theft. And the court does find probable cause.
Judge, Mr. Henderson can't afford to post a monetary bond. He's homeless. He's looking for work. He's 50 years old, been living here since 1997 in South Florida. Judge, I believe it's been about 1 year since he's been arrested. We're going to be asking the court to consider releasing him on pretrial release.
1 second, Your Honor.
Okay.
Your Honor, the state would ask that the bond remain in place. He has a 2018 petty theft, a 2014 grand theft, a 2014 petty theft, and 3 counts of theft back in 2013.
All right, Mr. Henderson, I do find probable cause. I am going to leave the bond in place. Your bond is $750. Good luck, sir. Samuel Leppert.
He's approaching, Judge. He's here at me. Come on up, sir.
Sir, you're before the court for one count of dealing in stolen property. Count 2 is false owner info given for pawn items, and count 3 is petty theft. I do find probable cause.
Judge, our only request is going to be in reference to count 3, the misdemeanor $100 bond. I am going to contact his girlfriend. Judge, going through a bondsman, his girlfriend's going to have to pay the premium on 1, 2. They're not going to accept anything lower than $100. They're not going to accept 10% of 100 for $10. So she's going to have to pay the full amount. So I'm going to be asking just on count 3 alone, would the court consider an ROR, knowing then his girlfriend's going to have to post a bond on counts 1 and 2.
All right, I'll grant a ROR on 3, and the bonds, $1,000 each count. Demaris Stevenson.
Mr. Stevenson's approaching, Judge.
Mr. Stevenson, you're before the court for one count of petty theft. Count 2 is dealing in stolen property. Count 3 is a violation of misdemeanor probation.
Mr. Stevenson is currently being supervised by pretrial services. Case number 1664 CF10A, 1 count of grand theft auto, 1 count of misdemeanor possession of marijuana. Based on this court's finding of probable cause, we ask that his pretrial status be revoked at this time.
When was he placed on pretrial?
He was placed on pretrial on it appears to be the 5th of February.
Right. He's gonna have.
On the 5th of February by this court.
All right, I'm not going to take any action on the pretrial. The bonds are in place. Judge Brown, placed a $15,000 bond on the violation of the misdemeanor that she signed in February. And he should be before Judge Brown on Monday, so they can address that at that time. Good luck, sir. Cornelius Bray.
Mr. Bray, come on up.
Mr. Bray, you're before the court for 1 count of petty theft, and count 2 is dealing in stolen property. And the court does find probable cause.
Mr. Bray is currently being supervised by pretrial services, case number 18-5548 CF10A. 1 count of grand theft motor vehicle, 1 count of resisting without violence. He was placed on pretrial supervision May of last year in this case. We ask that his pretrial status be revoked based on this court's finding of probable cause.
Judge, my understanding is he's been out on pretrial since May. He's been reporting on a continuous basis. I believe this is his first time allegedly violating pretrial. I'm going to ask you, in consideration of that, not to take any action on his case that he's out on.
It's the same exact offense that he was out on. Or similar. Felony theft related matters.
Okay. Can I have the paperwork? As to the pretrial, I will revoke and impose a bond. And then it's, all right. So Mr. Bray is out on pretrial on case number 18-005-548 CF10A. It's grand theft auto and resisting without violence. I am gonna revoke pretrial supervision and impose a bond. Just on count 1, I'll impose a bond of $500.
Count 2 of the court allowance.
And count 2. ROR.
Thank you.
And then, as to the new arrest, the bond of $3,500.
Thank you, Judge.
All right, good luck.
Just to let the court know whatever you want, whatever the case is, or we can proceed with Andres Florentine's case.
Okay. All right, let me just do this, next one.
Sure.
Demetrius Mathis.
He's approaching, Judge.
Mr. Mathis is before the court for the same charges, petty theft and dealing in stolen property. And I do find probable cause. Let's, does anyone wish to be heard as to bond?
Yes, I believe this is Mr. Mathis's first adult charge. He years old, been living here his whole entire life. He just, he's been actually working at McDonald's for 1 year, the store located on Atlantic and Powerline, where he's making about $9 an hour. He lives with his grandmother in Pompano Beach. His grandmother's on a fixed income. She is on Social Security, so from what he advised me, she cannot possibly afford to post any sort of monetary bond, and that's why we're going to be asking the court to consider releasing Mr. Mathis on pretrial release.
Your Honor, the state would be requesting the court to keep the bond in place. He is currently on juvenile probation for like felony theft level offenses. He is on juvenile probation for a felony offense involving violence and theft.
All right. All right, finding probable cause, the bond will remain in place at 3,500. Good luck, sir. And then, which case are you ready to proceed on, Florentine?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, the interpreter is still here? Yes. Florentine, what page is Florentine on?
Page 23, Judge.
Thank you.
And Judge, we're going to be waiving formal reading of the charge.
Okay. All right. Madam Interpreter, sorry, you've been here a little bit. You swear affirm to translate from Spanish to English, English to Spanish?
I do. Alicia Stegmo.
Good morning, Ms. Stegmo. Thank you for being here.
You're welcome.
Mr. Florentine.
Señor Florentine.
I find probable cause as to the count that you're before the court on.
Hay un motivo justificado por el cargo en el cual usted está frente al tribunal.
And I will hear from the attorneys at this time as to bond.
Y voy a escuchar de los abogados para la fianza.
Your Honor, the state is going to be requesting a $150,000 bond.
El Estado está pidiendo $150,000 de fianza.
Pretrial release with a GPS monitor.
Libertad antes del juicio con un monitor GPS.
No victim contact.
No contacto con la víctima.
No contact with any priors.
No contacto con ningún antecedente. Con alguien
You say
de
no contact with any
antecedentes.
priors?
Minors. If I said priors, I meant minors.
Con menores.
Got my wires a little crossed.
Okay.
Excuse me, Judge. This is based on, obviously, the aggravating nature of these allegations.
Esto es basado en los alegatos agravantes.
I'm concerned for the safety of the alleged victim.
Estoy preocupado por la seguridad de la alegada víctima.
It appears that the victim is known to Mr. Florentine.
Parece ser que la víctima es conocida del señor Florentino.
I also believe, and I'm concerned that Mr. Florentine represents a flight risk.
Estoy preocupado que el señor Florentín representa un riesgo de fuga
For the reasons mentioned in the report.
por las razones mencionadas en el informe.
I would note Detective Mitter, who authored the probable cause affidavit, is present in court.
El detective Miner, que hizo el affidavit de motivo justificado, está presente en el tribunal.
If the court is does not have is unable to make a determination of that there's concern for the safety of the victim or that Mr.
Sí.
Florentine. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Si la jueza no hace determinación que hay preocupación por la seguridad de la víctima,
Or that Mr. Florentine represents a flight risk
o que el señor Florentín representa un riesgo de fuga
from what is contained in the probable cause affidavit,
de lo que está contenido en el affidavit de motivo justificado,
then he would certainly be willing to, under oath, provide testimony.
entonces el detective sería dando juramento, testimonio bajo juramento.
Nothing further.
Nada más.
Judge, being Mr. Florentine, he's 35 years old, been residing here in South Florida for the past 2 years.
El señor Florentín tiene 35 años de edad y vive 2 años en el sur de la Florida.
He works in construction.
Trabaja en construcción,
He makes approximately $120 per day.
gana $120 al día aproximadamente.
Now, he lives in a trailer with his brother.
Él vive en un tráiler con su hermano.
They do not own, they rent.
No son dueños, alquilan.
My understanding is they pay about $900 a month.
Comprendo que pagan como $900 al mes.
Now, Mr. Florentine did give me the contact information of his brother, and I intend on calling him after court.
El señor Florentín me dio la información de contacto para su hermano y tengo planes de llamarlo después del tribunal.
When I asked Mr. Florentine who can post his monetary bond, that's why he gave me the phone number of his brother.
Cuando le pedí al señor Florentín quién puede poner su fianza, por eso me dio el teléfono de su hermano.
Now, his brother is similarly employed in construction,
El hermano también trabaja similarmente en construcción,
so his financial resources are quite limited as well.
Así que sus recursos financieros son limitados también.
My understanding is neither Mr. Fullerton or his brother will be able to come up with the bond which the state has suggested.
Entiendo que ni el hermano ni el señor Florentín puede depositar la fianza que ha sugerido el Estado.
Now, we do not object as far as the special condition, as far as having Mr. Fullerton monitored by pretrial release on level 2, as the state, I believe, requested.
No tenemos protesta que sea vigilado por el libertad antes del juicio nivel 2 como requisito del Estado.
But we're going to be asking a bond of $15,000 on Mr. Fullerton's behalf, Judge.
Pero le pedimos una fianza de $15,000 a nombre del señor Florentín, su señoría.
Nothing further, Judge.
Nada más, su señoría.
Your Honor, reviewing the report again, if it please the court, if I could present some testimony from Detective Mitter, because there is testimony.
Su señoría, si puedo presentar testimonio del detective.
There's testimony he received, or statements he received, from more than just the victim, having to do with concerns about Mr. Florentine leaving the jurisdiction.
Que tiene preocupación de lo que recibió esto de la víctima, que el señor Florentín se vaya de la jurisdicción.
And I'm not saying that the court has concerns about potential bias.
No tengo diciendo que la jueza tenga preocupación por vías,
But certainly I think
por
testimony
perjuicio.
from other sources
Pero tengo testimonio de otra fuente
strengthen any concerns the court may have.
que va a respaldar la preocupación que tenga la jueza.
Just in regards to whether it's a flight risk?
Yes.
Sobre si es riesgo de fuga.
I don't think I need any testimony.
No creo que necesito ningún testimonio sobre eso.
Okay.
Entendido.
All right. Mr. Florentine, I do find probable cause.
Señor Florentín, hay motivo justificado.
The allegations surrounding this arrest is very concerning.
Los alegatos sobre este arresto es muy preocupante.
And therefore, I have cause for the safety of the community.
Por eso tengo preocupación por la seguridad de la comunidad.
With that finding,
Con ese hallazgo,
I believe that a reasonable bond needs to be imposed.
creo que una fianza razonable tiene que ser impuesta.
And I am going to impose a $150,000 bond
Y voy a imponer $150,000 de fianza.
with the GPS,
Con un GPS.
no victim contact,
No contacto con la víctima.
no contact with minors.
No contacto con menores.
And if you're able to post your bond,
Y si puede depositar su fianza,
I'm gonna request that you surrender your passport.
voy a pedir que entregue su pasaporte.
Yes.
Your Honor, I spoke with Detective Mitter about that.
Hablé con el detective Miner de eso esta mañana.
Your Honor, our understanding is there is no passport.
Y no hay pasaporte.
So then I won't sign that order then. Okay.
Entonces no voy a firmar esa orden.
All right. All right, good luck, sir. Thank you.
Buena suerte, señor. Gracias.
Yeah, this one's on recall. Yeah, both are.
All right. Mr. Plant, are you here on a case? I'm sorry, a Spanish interpreter. Are we ready with, we're not? Huh? Yeah, but, we were waiting for something.
We're still trying to clear up the attorney issue with.
We're trying to figure out the attorney.
Mr. Rojas.
So, Madam Interpreter, just a little bit longer. We're still, there's the one that we have left, we still need to figure out his
Okay.
attorney.
Okay.
All right. So we'll take Mr. Plant's case and then we'll come back to it, if you don't mind.
Es en la página
No.
28.
Oh, your client also needs a Spanish interpreter?
I mean, I speak, oh, he doesn't? He's speaking and said he doesn't.
No.
Which one,
I always speak in
who is this?
Jackson Rivadeneira on 28. Oh.
Okay.
Well, good to see you, Jackson. Finally get to appear in front of you.
The only, we weren't gonna be requesting any
Fianza ya fue
modification.
puesta.
We were just gonna be requesting an order, no return to 2501 North Ocean Drive in Hollywood.
Wait for a rating of the charges.
All right.
Your bosman,
And you'll tell him don't return?
no regreses ahí. Don't go back to Marriott. Hollywood.
All right,
Thank
good
you,
luck.
Judge. Good to see you then.
Good to see you, Mr.
I thought you might have posted it.
Uh,
Your bosman posted.
Can we recall Mr. Wilmer
Thanks.
Rojas Gamboa, Your Honor?
Okay,
And we will need the Spanish interpreter for Mr.
oh,
Rojas
all right.
Gamboa. Page 21.
All right,
Your Honor, I've been in touch with Mr. DeCobo's office.
Señoría, tuve contacto con la oficina del señor de Cobo.
They have not been able to reach him.
No han podido contactarlo.
They think he might be in the jail.
Cree que quizá está en la cárcel.
His assistant did tell me
Su asistente me dijo
that Mr. DeCobo represented Mr. Rojas Gamboa
que el señor de Cobo representó al señor Rojas Gamboa
on cases in Palm Beach County,
en casos del condado de Palm Beach,
as well as Dade County,
igual que el condado de Dade,
and that the resolution of those cases may have an influence on the cases currently before the court.
y que la resolución de esos casos pueden tener una influencia en el caso presente ante su señoría.
I'm going to ask the court to set Mr. Rojas Gamboa to the PM docket.
Voy a esperar, pedir que ponga el señor Rojas Gamboa a la lista de la tarde.
okay. We'll reset till the PM.
Vamos a aplazarlo hasta la tarde.
Thank you, Judge.
Thank you.
Gracias, su señoría.
Does anyone else need the Spanish interpreter?
¿Alguien más necesita intérprete en español?
No one else here at main, Judge.
Nadie más.
And hearing nothing from the others, thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Thank you
Have
for
a
your
good day.
patience this morning. You
You're
too.
welcome.
Then we can, do we have Antonio Hernandez today? He was a reset.
We do.
He's here present, Judge.
Oh.
Good morning, man.
Good morning.
How you doing?
I am well. Mr. Hernandez, you're before the court for possession of cocaine. We did find probable cause. As to his bond, does anyone wish to be heard?
Judge, I'm gonna ask for pretrial before I proceed. I'll see if the state has an objection with that.
Frankly, don't know. So, Mr. Romero can just continue. Go
I
ahead,
can
Mr.
hear.
Romero. I don't know if I do.
Oh, he does have an objection?
He
Okay.
doesn't know.
Judge-
He doesn't know.
Oh, he doesn't know?
Just go ahead, Victor.
Judge, as you could see, he's been medically reset for a number of days. He was hospitalized. He has severe health issues, but besides that, Judge, right now he can't afford to post a monetary bond. What he does is he works off and on in landscaping. The good news is he managed to get a more permanent employment with the landscaping company, and he was actually supposed to start the first week of March. He lives in Hollywood with his brother, and his brother is the person that actually helped him find that job with that landscaping company. And he's been living with his brother now for the past 9 months. Usually his family would be able to afford to post his monetary bond, but unfortunately he had a bad loss. His girlfriend unfortunately passed away about a month ago. And because Mr. Hernandez didn't have any financial resources and his girlfriend didn't have any financial resource, Mr. Hernandez borrowed money from his family to help pay for her funeral expenses. So right now his family is basically tapped out. Judge, this is a nonviolent offense. We're going to be asking the court for those reasons, for the strong ties to community, his lack of financial resources, his health, and for what he went through, Judge. We're going to be asking the court to consider releasing Mr. Hernandez on pretrial release.
Your Honor, I'm gonna be objecting to that. He just pled out a grand theft, resisting without violence, and drug paraphernalia, January 7th. He was arrested on that charge in December. That was after he failed to appear in court after being released on pretrial on that case. He also has a drug paraphernalia last year, possession of cocaine, 2016, a year and a day state prison. 2014, burglary of a structure, possession of cocaine, a year and a day state prison as a habitual offender. Possession of cocaine, 2013. Berg structure, grand theft, 2013, VOP. Dealing in stolen property and false ownership info on a pawn item. He had 3 separate cases with those two charges in 2010. 09, possession of heroin with the VOP. 09, possession of heroin with the VOP. 05, possession of heroin, MDMA, drug paraphernalia, carrying concealed weapon, violation of probation. 05, open carrying of a weapon. And 03, resisting without violence and trespass.
Judge, Mr. Hernandez, he understands he has a record, but unfortunately, like I said, he just can't afford it. Considering this is a drug offense, we wouldn't even object if the court were inclined to place him on pretrial release with random drug testing. With that component in place, hopefully that alleviates the court's concerns as far as what's currently before it. So that's what we're going to be asking for, Judge.
All right, based on the allegations in this affidavit, I do find probable cause, and also I will release him to standard pretrial with random drug testing.
Here's the map. As soon as you get out today, you go there. If you don't report, you're going to get a warrant issue for your arrest. You understand? Okay. Okay, you better report.
Is Mr. Jean Hilaire?
It's down
Is
to
it North Route? Okay. 80.
I'm sorry, is
He's
in
in
court?
court. Yes, 778 Road.
All right. I guess
got no
so.
bond holds, Chief.
Huh?
He's got a no bond hold.
Yeah. So,
That's probably what he's downtown.
so I'll make a probable cause finding. We'll leave the bond in place. He's probably, I don't know, he's probably in his felony court today. All right. How about Leonardo Thompson?
He's present, Judge, and whenever the court's ready, I'm ready on Mr. Ashkin, who was on page 23, Judge.
Okay, so on Mr. Thompson, you're before the court for just distributing or delivering cocaine. Count 2 is possession of cocaine, and count 3 is possession of drug paraphernalia. And the court does find probable cause as to all counts.
Judge, when was the alleged date of incident on this case?
May of last year, 2018.
Well, that's for the delivery. When he was arrested on the 27th, he allegedly was in possession of 3 grams of cocaine.
Judge, we're going to be asking the court to consider releasing him on pretrial release. He's 43 years old. He's been here his whole entire life. At this time, basically, he's looking for employment. He had an interview scheduled this upcoming week at a warehouse in Deerfield, so he's hoping to get employed soon. Now, he lives in Deerfield Beach with his mother. His mother is a high school custodian. But from what Mr. Thompson advised me, she's not going to be able to afford his monetary bond, and that's why we're asking the court to consider releasing him on pretrial release.
What was revoked?
He was out on a burglary and a theft.
And when?
He was scheduled for, he had a status conference on that case yesterday. Yeah. My guess is that's when it was done.
So he's county sentenced on that? What's the sentence?
I mean, Mr. Romero, if Mr. Romero wants to inquire, I would think he would know. Oh, never mind.
What was that? I'm sorry? Okay.
Your Honor, if he's been sentenced to 60 days, then I'd ask that the bond be kept in place. He certainly would have plenty of time to go before Judge Merrigan, who sentenced him to the 60 days, to have his bond looked at. But considering that he was out on a burglary and theft when he when he was arrested for this offense, I think the bonds are appropriate. He also has a lengthy history involving drugs where he's been sentenced to state prison on multiple occasions.
Okay, I do find probable cause, and I am going to leave the bonds in place, 2,500 and 1,000 on the other count. Just the standard bonds. All right, good luck, sir. Nathan Kemp,
North Broward.
Mr. Kemp.
Yes, ma'am.
You're before the court. Oh, this is also several resets. You're before the court for one count of resisting officer with violence. Count 2 is resisting officer without violence. Count 3 is trespassing. Count 4, touch and strike, causing harm or death to police animal. Count 5, driving while license suspended. Count 6, leaving the scene of a crash. Count 7, reckless driving. Count 8, fleeing with disregard of safety to persons or property. And count 9 is having an expired tag less than 6 months. All right, I do find probable cause. I believe I had before, but does the parties wish to be heard as to bond?
Yeah, I'll go first, Judge. Mr. Kemp has been a resident of South Florida since 1998. He's going to school at Florida Career College. I believe he does have some contact with the criminal justice system in the past. He was injured during the course of his arrest, so we will be requesting the court sign a photo order for Mr. Kemp. He's provided me with the name of his fiancée, who I can call in the hopes of posting bond, but from what I understand, there's not a lot of bond available, not a lot of money available here. I'd be asking the court for a $500 bond on count 1, and a $500 bond on count 8, and a $500 bond on count 5, and a reduction from $750 to $500.
Your Honor, frankly, I guess the jail hasn't gotten it yet, and I'm advising the court that Mr. Kemp should be, oh no, he got it. He's being held no bond on a violation of probation. Judge Solomon signed the warrant. He was on probation for resisting without violence. What's interesting is the warrant isn't even based on these allegations. The warrant was signed 2 days before this arrest, and the basis for the violation was that he absconded. He stopped reporting to probation. He stopped responding by mail, and probation had no idea where his current whereabouts were. I would note his other priors include leaving the scene of an accident last year. He pled out a battery to disorderly conduct and another resisting without violence last year, theft 2015, grand theft 2008 with the VOP, aggravated assault with a law enforcement officer, grand theft auto, aggravated fleeing and eluding, DWS habitual offender and leaving the scene of an accident. He was sentenced to 5 years in state prison. Burglary of a structure, possession of cocaine, 08, with a violation of probation. Theft and resisting a merchant, 08. Your Honor, it goes on from there. Based on the allegations in this case that he was on probation, that probation had no idea where he was, I'm requesting a $2,500 bond on count 1. Based on his priors for fleeing and eluding, $5,000 bond on count 8.
Well, we would stand by our previous requests on the bonds, Judge.
All right. All right, finding probable cause, I am going to, I'll impose a bond of $1,000 on count 1 and $1,000 on count 8, and I will leave the other bonds in place. All right.
Make that, I'm
Good
sorry.
luck, sir.
I'll make that call for you, Mr. Kemp.
Thank you, sir.
Somebody will be by to take some photographs of your injuries,
And
okay?
I'll sign the order, yes. All right, Mr. Ashkin? Are we ready with Mr. Ashkin?
We are ready, Judge. Sorry about that.
Okay, no problem. What page is Mr. Ashkin on?
Page 23, Judge.
No, I'm 54.
Yes, no, it's 23. He's on page 23.
Oh, I'm sorry.
All right, Mr. Ashkin, you're before the court for 1 count of aggravated assault with a deadly weapon without intent to kill. And the court does find probable cause. So I'll hear as the bond.
The state would be seeking a bond of $7,500. That is based on the nature of the charge and the facts alleged in the affidavit and the strength of the evidence against the defendant, as there was video footage of the incident provided. And also no victim contact, Your Honor.
Okay.
Judge, I haven't had an opportunity to read the PC affidavit. I did speak with Mr. Ashkin. My understanding is basically date of incident is not recent. It would happen back in November of last year with, I believe, a person that was renting a room. I believe Mr. Ashkin went to formally evict that person, and we believe that the alleged victim basically made all this up as a means to getting back at Mr. Ashkin for evicting her. My understanding is that police were initially called, I believe just local road patrol officers, and I don't think any arrests were made. That's why I don't think they really put much credence into what actually happened, and I believe now he's been taken into custody by means of a warrant. Having said that, Judge, Mr. Ashkin also has video evidence, which he informed me, which I advised him. He applied for a public defender to get to his attorney so that he could provide that recordings to his attorney so he can speak to the state attorney's office regarding this case, and hopefully maybe there's going to be some other sort of, I guess disposition that's going to be favorable to Mr. Ashkin, but that's not for today. Having said that, Judge, he's 54 years old. Most importantly, he advised me he has a clean record. This is his first arrest ever in his life. He is on disability. He lives in Tamarack. My understanding is that he takes in tenants to help pay for the monthly amount, which I believe is $1,700. So if he has a room rented out, the rent is anywhere from about $700 to $1,000. So his share would be about $700 per month where he's living. Now, from what Mr. Ashkin advised me, he does have family that live in Broward County, specifically his Aunt Jeanette that he gave me her information that I'm going to be reaching out to post his monetary bond. Judge, I'm going to be asking on Mr. Ashkin's, Brian's behalf, I'm going to be asking for a bond of $2,500. I believe if I reach out to his aunt, she's going to be able to afford that. So Judge, that's what we're asking for at this time.
Your Honor, I just want to advise the court of what is in the officer's sworn report, since Mr. Romero is frankly speculating.
Well, he did say he didn't read it, so, or didn't see it.
And there's additional reports. He's speculating as to the officer's reasoning for not arresting Mr. Ashkin at that time.
Yeah.
And it wasn't because he doubted the victim's version of events. Mr. Ashkin wasn't there. He wasn't physically there. Now, he spoke with Mr. Ashkin over the phone, and he notes that Mr. Ashkin referred to the victim as an Airbnb guest, which clearly isn't true. The officer notes that, yes, she did put an eviction notice on her door, but she also provided proof that she's been living at the address for the past 3 years. Her vehicle's registered to the address. All of her furniture was in the house. She receives her mail there. So that's one instance where it appears that Mr. Ashkin was being less than truthful with law enforcement. And again, there's video. There was video evidence of him pulling a knife on these people. And that's why the officer decided to submit. If he didn't believe that Mr. Ashkin didn't do anything wrong, he wouldn't have submitted the not in custody reports to the state. But he did, and the state investigated and determined that a crime was committed. And this is all based on sworn reports, not just, information that Mr. Ashkin is providing to Mr. Romero.
All right.
Judge, if the officer truly believed that the victim's safety was in jeopardy, he knew that Mr. Ashkin lives there. He could have waited an hour or 2 hours, come back the next day and arrest him. He didn't.
All right, we're not gonna, all right, we can't continue to speculate about what the officer thought, known, should have known. I do find probable cause. I will end, that discourse at this time. I am going to impose a bond of $5,000 and, no victim contact. And, all the other wonderful arguments can be made before the presiding judge with a proper motion. Good luck.
Thank you.
All right, I believe that we are at the end of our docket. So I will see everyone this afternoon.